Meat. Done something preliminary dwelling upon. How shall this be done? This meat world. And in preparing to do so, I did read a couple of pages on the wiki, mostly to just consult the stats on the various formulae here. Get those all copied down somewhere for eventual flowcharting. And I skimmed the original news post about how Glebo works. Just to clarify terms of mechanics here. Yeah, like, ultimately, your two species of tree have to live in their respective overall biome. The soil upgrades are about making more use of that surface area. A simple thing that I had overlooked while doing the initial skim of things is that well, it's easier to point at in the encyclopedia for materials. And where are you? Whole new wall of icons to get used to. There. Gel. The gel nut. 10 megs of fuel value if you just throw them raw into the furnace. Loses some of that if you process it. Drops down to a much lower total energy. So if you find yourself in a position of wanting to burn some of your agri product as power, that is the place to do the interrupt. Okay, there's excess stuff to skim out of here. Yes, the leftovers from having spun the wheel. Except actually that spoilage was in the process of being charred, so. So, things for thinking about. One that I may as well just test and try here. So if I wire up an arm, it wouldn't really be this arm, it would be the other one, but I may as well. All these machines are likely to be pried up and moved in the near future, but alright, so. If I say read contents, that outputs the entire internal system of the machine. So I'd expect that I could use that to say that the nutrient grabbing arm should only scoop up another fistful of sugar if the machine is currently empty. This would prevent overstocking the machine with fuel that it does not have a chance to burn. You know, I hadn't looked at the heating tower at all. It felt strange that that had unlocked here. Concrete boilers and heat pipe. Okay, and this lets you just directly ignite fluids. Or no, chemical fuels, as in the usual solid fuel items, yes. And has a constant consumption rate like a nuclear reactor does. 250% efficient, though. Hold on, compared to what in a boiler? Boilers don't even have that stat. Okay, so this is the heightened productivity heat machine. I should be using this for my local power system. Supposing I can scrounge up the materials to build that. So that then also has a minimum load that it would want to be under to make use effectively of what's being fed into it. Well, no, because then, like with a regular nuclear reactor, I can regulate the power coming out of it at the fuel feed. Anyway, so other thoughts that are colliding here. So, nutrient input as a thing to throttle with bars, with arms attached to wires. That's one of the key things that I'm envisioning here as the spine from which to hang the meat. Have a nutrient carousel where fresh nutrients can be fed onto the line from the sides. Naturally make all of these belts as fast as possible because delivery speed matters. This is the planet where latency matters. And then routinely have filters that will skim off any spoilage and deliver it to the appropriate machines. And the other keyword, another main thing I had looked up as part of reading how this place works, is confirming that spores there. Here on Gleba, where the atmosphere is 1000% swamp, normal pollution does not matter. The mega fungus actively enjoy the carbon emissions from your factory. Instead, the threat that provokes the crab is when you're running your biomachines and when you're harvesting from your farms and the delicious smell of fresh gel nut hitting the ground catches on the breeze and wafts over into a crab nest. They want a bite of that pie. You're on the lunch planet, where everything is controlled by food. Other important dynamic under consideration as well. So, like these being fuel-driven machines that have module slots, an efficiency module will improve the metabolism of the device. Any modifiers that affect power consumption, affect fuel consumption. So you can get more work per nutrient if you have some efficiency modules or efficiency beacons mixed in to your meat engine. I managed to skim some good copper out of there. That's nice to see. Oh, gotta start thinking about how I'm gonna bring these ideas together into a functioning device. I did make a big batch of biolabs. And an additional, so another small thing that I might try to find an opportunity to optimize around. Okay, so general flow of things. All of the rotting, all of the spoilable materials, they carry forward their current freshness when they are used in a reaction. So if you make a nutrient clump out of fruit that was about to go bad, the nutrient clump is also about to go bad. The exception to this being when you use spoilable materials in a catalytic reaction, that being any recipe that produces the same kind of thing that it takes in. Which, naturally, that's what is necessary in order to make bacteria cultivation work. The fresh bacteria you create here is newborn and alive and has its full timer of lifespan, no matter how stank the bioflux is, or how close to death the parent bacteria were. As long as you bring the pieces together, life finds a way. Further exception to that, power that I have access to because I brought in a recycler. If you recycle a thing that breaks down into spoilable materials, that is not itself spoilable. So like if I threw one of these biolabs in here, any resulting crab egg or nutrient pods would be fresh when they fall out of the recycler. Might be kind of looking seriously at various biotechnologies and thinking of them as ways to create shelf-stable biomatter because it has been appropriately canned and stored in a device. As long as it's something that is reversible by the recycler. And additional quirk in that zone. If you recycle nutrients, no matter where they come from, the recycler treats them as though they were made of garbage. This does mean that you get back 1/4 of the garbage that would have gone into that, instead of just the one you would get if you let the nutrients rot in place. So you get 2.5 spoilage, which, since that spoilage is then potentially convertible into fuel, could be valuable savings. Depending on how much energy has to go into the process of crunching those. This has very C-block agriculture energy. The whole progression of marginally better fuel sources, that if you have set up production of them right, you do end up with more power at the end. But only if you have properly streamlined the whole tool chain. Liking the idea of trying to set up a heating tower. Heating tower would possibly be worth... Requires atmospheric pressure over 10 hectopascal. Okay, and the higher qualities increase the burn rate. I worked toward creating a high quality one of those, at least. It would probably be a better backbone for getting the facility running. at speed. I might want to work backwards from that. Get a bill of material together. Even a common heating tower would be a good start. Be a step up from a common boiler. Oh, alright. 20 crete, 2 boilers, 5 heat pipes. Is a lot of copper. Don't have that much uncommon built up yet. I don't really have any uncommon to speak of yet. So I just try for common heating tower and qualitate it. Get these parts together. So also be rolling quality in the other components, because you never know. It's always something to work toward. Pipes, boilers. Solar power is weaker than baseline here, but not completely nerfed into the ground. It is any backup power. Solar is probably a solid candidate for running the farm towers. An adequate initial pile of tree seeds going. If I'm doing these one at a time, I can just deploy the rares into each machine sequentially. Could also plan this in terms of trying to scrape my way up to my first local assembler 3. 4 modules isn't that expensive. Power consumption, though. Bioplastic is also a thing for after I have bioflux working a little bit. Where also, as far as looking over the spoil times again, fresh fruit off of the vine has a base lifespan of 1 hour, which is already okay. And then Bioflux has a lifespan of 2 hours base. Which is probably the best of the biomaterials in terms of survivability. So a lot of the bio tool chain is get material into gunk form as quickly as possible. And then decide what you want to do with that gunk. Alright, another note that freshness does not impact food value of the material, as long as it is still good when it reaches the mouth of a biomachine. It is edible, and it will give you the full results. Or also, then, fuel value when you throw it into a burner. So hypothetically, you know, in the frictionless spherical factory, you would want, if you had a way to actually actively scan and measure the freshness of items, you would want anything that is about to expire to immediately be snatched off of the line and thrown in the incinerator. Whether that be the one that boils the water or the ones that do everything else. Life is the slow-burning fire. Here, the furtive swamp planet. Five heat pipes. Or 100 copper. And 50 steel. Going to tentatively extract that rod. And that wood. Burn the wood instead of the rot here. Oh, hey. Okay, so an arm can be set to prioritize fresh or stank. So fuel arms should prioritize stank. Material feeds for processing should prioritize fresh. Although, for that note there, this is for grabbing things out of boxes. Yeah, on the belt, it is what it is. You grab what's in front of you. Boiler. 2 boilers. Yeah, so Gleba with its 2,000 atmospheric pressure, Volcanus with 4,000. Novus with 1,000. Fulgora with only 800. Aquila with only 300. So these are the low pressure planets. And of course, space is none atmospheres. Greater than 10 is most planets, actually. That's just kind of not in space. Yeah. Gravity is really high on Volcanus. Magma's big. Yeah, it's an interesting design space that mods may yet grow into of Alright, here are the weirdo planets. Home of the strange climates. Spin. Yes, and then I'll need to create basic concrete. Only 2 batches, that part of it is not expensive at all. 2 iron ore is going to be the priciest bit of that. Alright, and I can also make a single boiler, trading out that one. Then I'm putting myself on the hook to make turbines for the even hotter steam. $40 megawatts will be quite worth it, though. Okay, I have parts for the turbines at common. Very expensive parts. Parts nonetheless. Yeah, unless I proceed to uproll the quality of certain vital parts. Create a tangle. Such is the will of the dice. Try to set up another cultivar. Even just as a one-off burst of output, a string of bioreactors can generate me a lot of material for my effort. Basic entry points, fruit processing. Nut processing. possibly unload those onto a shared belt. Inviting the question of where am I putting the nutrient supply for the fuel system here. Oh, these are... well, no, right. That was 4 of the 5 that I wanted. Need more steel, at least. Oh, there is that innate productivity. Okay, and I can deploy this uncommon boiler over there for the fallback system. Bringing up that. And then I need iron bacteria. Don't need to fully activate the farm for that. I can just go scrounge a bit more. And these will expire before I would have a chance to try and do anything to them, so just go in the box. This may lead to the addition of spices. Now, for this, drop all of the fruit in the input hopper. Thresher's attempt to run. I'll need to like give this one a snack to prime it. Then initial burst of nutrients from fruit mash. Or do I just try to directly start making the bioflux? Does feel like the start of a good shape. I need the bioflux anyway in order to do bacteria cultivation and move real material. Very slowly milling out the concrete, just a little bit at a time as the sun rises. Right, so filter these. Only deploy the fruit byproducts. Go all kinds. Fruit mash, all kinds. It's toward the back. Do need this loop to extend down a bit anyway. Play separator. Okay, all common concrete. Invent the stove. So it does still seem to be the case that the food item that has managed to pop and turn into the fuel bar is safe. The ones loitering in the fuel slot are still vulnerable to rot. But the machine is capable of hibernating. Letting me move a little earlier in the water pipeline as well. I don't know how hot the steam will actually get right away. Ah, nice. Uncommon heat. That time where it's warmer than usual. Need a bit of extra heat conduit in order to... Right, because this is the heat conduit thing. But I still also need a heat exchanger to run on this. Copper, more steel, and a smattering of tubes. Could also be quality rolling on those pipes. The better to qualitate. So, nutrient machine. Just downstream from nutrient machine. Put in Spoilage machine. Intuitively would make more sense to have this be a ways downstream, so that the things it is burning are probably... well, that it's more likely that things will be hitting the rot cycle further along. Nutrients have a base lifespan of 5 minutes. Conveyor belt contains 8 items per tile. 15 items per second. Slow belt moves at 1.875 tiles per second. Eyeballing it, that feels right. So a common nutrient can travel 562 tiles. It is thrown on a common belt and remains there for the rest of its life. That or metrics like it may be important in the future. Get the fancy compost isolated over here. Okay, and quality rating, yes, on the nutrients only gives it lifespan, which, in the case of reprocessing the mash, the mush, the crud, still beneficial if I'm using high quality crud. Create gourmet rot. So one common heat exchanger can move 10 megawatts. My uncommon heating tower runs 52. I will want many more of these to achieve the full power of the heating tower. Once I have a real stable nutrient loop going, controls like this might become unnecessary. That is to be determined. Now I end up with a heap of bioflux. An open question of what to do with that bioflux. And a further need to extend the nutrient loop. Just one exchanger. And a lot of gears. Just one piece of conduit because I would want to extrude the conduit out if I were to place more exchangers. That quality doesn't impact the performance of those. And I will want a steam vessel as a way to measure when it is time to throw a fresh log on the fire. Oh, you have 2 fuel slots. Fancy lad. You can burn 2 things at once. Fuel genius over there. Dismantle all of this. Consolidate seed stock here. And reestablish that power line. Keep the sun flowing. I don't think I'm spending copper on much else. Actually, making a full array of heat exchangers sounds like a great idea. A good enough idea. Pricey, but achievable. And of course I will need that storage tank. Hold on. Can I wire... What signals can I acquire by wiring this up? Read temp... You can just directly look at the furnace. Wonderful. Look at that. It will not throttle itself, but I can throttle it. External technology. So... yeah, I could also use that to try to keep its steam temperature within reach of normal engines, rather than trying to rev all the way to heat exchanger, well, all the way to turbine speeds. Drop off the nice carbon. Right, though, other stat comparison. 5. Team. Dona in 7. 0.9 megs over 36. steam gap, even at a glance, yes. The turbine is better at extracting power than the 3 pistons. And I should go scrounge copper bacteria out of local swamp. Backlog of local spoilage and get it ready for charring. Okay, common heat exchanger. Yeah, 103 steam. Two turbines is more than the one exchanger can handle. Never paid enough attention to exactly how the nuclear reactor behaves temperature-wise. I've always tracked its power via the steam buffer. But yeah, so like when the turbines are drawing enough power to counteract the burning fuel, temperature sits in an equilibrium. If core temperature falls below what the turbines are willing to operate at, the turbines stop, but also no further energy gets drawn out. Less than or equal to 500 might suffice as a condition for the fuel arm. When it's over 500, that means the machines are running. They aren't running fast enough to bleed the heat off of the tower. The tower will heat up beyond that point and then gradually release its heat. Still like to build the second turbine. Yeah, I'd rather do that than try to build the next heat exchanger. So, 10 more tube. And 50 gear. Very slowly bringing the parts together. Okay, while letting that roast, I can resume thinking about this, the bioflux machine. Natural next layer of this. Things that take bioflux. That's another thing that might extend some longevity here. Do not put anything into nutrient machine. Five machines on the circuit produce nutrients in batches of 6. Looking for the right point of attack to make the whole apparatus hibernate. It might be controlling the device rather than controlling the feed arm. Allow 12 nutrients to be on the belt at a time. Always unload whatever it produces. Always opportunistically take a bite out of anything you need. Yeah, 'cause reading the fuel would not impact. It wouldn't be a meaningful control because this ignites and keeps burning. It doesn't throttle itself the way a normal boiler or burner does. Okay, 2 common turbines to start. Plan the rest of the owl here. The device works out well. Is yeah, alright, 250% of a carbon ingot. 5 megs. Makes these comparable to that normal chunk of coal fuel levels. Better than normal coal. Want the steel for this storage tank. Just live back here. Just in case I need to switch over to that as the control method. Arm. I'll try running it off the thermostat. have one surface tube laying around somewhere. Planning the rest of the bioflux setup here. All meat byproducts should be on carousels. They all can spoil, so they all need some way to be filtered out. The high-speed one on the fuel process. I want to get the most out of that I can. Yeah, keep the same nutrient loop. Then I can do bioflux into nutrients, although that may be too rich for the blood of the factory at this time. Instead of tunneling this through, I can bring fruit belt this way. Need more basic conveyor. I should attempt to jumpstart my cultivars with wild bacteria. At this point, where I can just kind of still dip my hand in the bog and get a fresh heap. Still a few globs in reasonable proximity. Jog out and jog back. That's also the case then, that the speed down from the quality modules is sacrificing speed. won't be on the main nutrient loop. Nutrient loop might also want to be like counter-rotating double carousel. Suit of the good circulation. At least more iron is piling up. I'll also create a copper cultivar over here that I will attempt to jumpstart. With some basic copper bacteria. I can see bees being extremely valuable participants in this process. Under the right rule set, the bees would be able to exert a lot of control over how you distribute material. Even something as simple as a combination of a pair of arms set to prioritize either most or least fresh, passing stuff into the appropriate boxes for the bees to then shuttle off. Thousands of tiny pizza delivery robots swarming about in all directions. This over here. Whatever happens, this is all part of one grid. Solar will be able to contribute a little bit to getting the arms started. This is the bioflux line. That needs to arrive here. Left. This is the nutrient loop trying to finish connecting. Power line over there. Okay, instead of tunneling here, bioflux, have it actually travel around that arm so we can then tunnel to up there. That lets me do that. Add another splitter here. Its job is to filter. Brought both kinds of fruit this far. Hypothetically. Now I only want the jelly separated to the one side. All kinds. The rest of the fruit goes over there. This a little closer. Power line moves to there. Long arm drops in here, whose job is to grab high quality gel to set aside to hopefully be able to process into high quality bacteria. let me rotate this. Rare iron at the back, and then uncommon cultivation there, rare cultivation there. Getting versions of these set up with proper nutrient loops and so forth, that's beyond the scope of this round of building. We're just here to try to opportunistically capture good nutrition that falls out. Hold on, I put bacteria loops on that side. Arms, 6 boxes. Okay, and the bioflux nutrients, so this also wants to read from the nutrient belt. This will attempt to run whenever there's less than 40 nutrient. Which, when it is running, should cause it to take full priority over the fruit mash. Powerful. Ominous. Highly respectable. The tall burner. How much wood will you demand? Nice. Right, like the elasticity, there is it moving the heat onto the pipes. The necessary critical mass of material to initiate the burner is impressive. Metal deposits untouched for now. Just here to try and collect enough of the appropriate isotopes of wood. Megawatt constant consumption means that it could eat 2 fruit per second of our high-grade fuel food. Trying to pay for as much of this as I can with the non-perishables. And there's that iron bloom there. The use I would see for the read fuel checkbox here, you were measuring which types of fuel were currently being burned and had some sort of fuel selector system. Almost there. Each stick of wood good for about a degree of preheating. Yeah, steam not yet escaping, but actually hits temperature. This is just on the line. $20 kilowatts worth of arms sitting around. Build another box of rocks. Okay, steam. Generated and running hot. By day, solar panels are just barely capable keeping the indicator lights on. Guess the first experiment to run is drop some of this wood in here. If the arms will successfully stoke the fire. Well, given that 502 here is not flashing any steam. Oh. Bitten. Very slowly, very gently running the turbines. Yeah, if only there were a way to take the excess power in the suit and bleed it back into the network. Sun sets, the turbines activate. This is such a low level of power that it's difficult to judge if anything is afoot. They're consuming 0.1 steam per second. Okay, let's attempt a usual day at the slam. Attempt route run here. Well, okay. Order of operations here. I want to grab the other fruit first. Red fruit from Greenland. Alright, timer's on. Deposit the fruit to start the nutrient loop. Potentially, because I still also need that first bit of trash nutrients. Alright, is it alive? Will it blend? Arm is needed there. Couple arms needed over here. Power line. Right, spoilage needs to be extracted. Onto the nutrient loop is the convenient place to throw that. That will be filtered. Storage box. You to buffer high-grade fruit. But then these also need their junk removal arms. World of continuous iteration on design. Right, these won't have the fancy bioflux to work with, so those are just going to end up handling bacteria. Grant machine. Hungry. Enough composters. Alright, so the spoilage offload needs to be on the other lane that is not the food lane. In order to keep things circulating. You need a long arm now to successfully grab nutrients. Using long arms to reach the buffet is probably going to be a very successful design element. Alright, that is circulating at least. Fruit processing is jammed up. By what? Have somewhere to unload your... Ah, this is filtered, right? Need to specify all degrees of spoilage. Now this entire part of the fruit belt has rotted. Fruit must also live on a carousel. Fruit mash needs to be directly passed from the threshers into the other machines. Raw fruit has very little shelf life to work with. Bioflux mounted in there, so there's almost a successful bacteria cultivar going. Strange little chaos engine. Did provide knowledge of the meat science. That aspect of things is going okay. Progress has been made through this. Because if nothing else, what I do have online here is it looks like the burn tower is working. Successfully buffering carbon. Yeah, temperature control on the arm seems to be keeping things okay. Or I might just still not be drawing enough power yet for that to matter. Put a range for a test load of 1 mining drill. Clearly managed to cycle a little bit of iron bacteria. Bioflux is rotting on the line. Not a great look. These aren't particularly weight. Yes. One brief shining moment of uncommon bioflux. And the jelly machine logged. Okay. Future iterations of this, I need to never allow material to be sitting idle on the belt. Yeah, the bioflux is run through unless I make some quality nutrients out of uncommon bioflux right now. I can never allow material to sit idle on the belt. Going to need to decentralize nutrient production a bit. Or the interlocking related step to that. Speed up the belts. have at least successfully bioprocessed thousands of carbon. Hundreds of carbon. And the fruit still has half of its lifespan. Yes, that is definitely part of the lessons here. The threshers should feed directly into other production equipment, as directly as possible. We do have an iron cultivar that's alive. Try to run common bioflux again. Well, I won't be able to generate more common bioflux because I'm out of fruit. Just a lot of gel left to run through. Ratios are not even. Sure to thresh as much of that as I can. Copper managed to cycle reasonably well. Iron did not. Okay, that firing has run its course. Other generation. Still got some seed stock back. Okay, so before going full bioreactor, yeah, I may want a basic setup. I may want a handful of key things to be bioreactor, and then let assemblers contribute where they can. Process. Flaring those off at least lets them do something with their brief existence. Alright, that was the big rot stockpile. And I should still thresh those. Restore power here. Insert gutter snacks. Extract everything you can. Try to save what I can of the crop. At least pull a bit of iron out of the results. Can an assembler do... It can do garbage nutrition. Think that's it. That's the floor. that is the way to force a small supply of effectively shelf-stable nutrients. Fallback is to just have the garbage machine that is willing to eat the garbage. As long as I had, say, needs to activate once to get the fuel bar primed. And now, so this is a machine that would be capable hibernating indefinitely. Will awaken the scent of garbage. I don't need to leave it like that. But yeah, also with the productivity bonus, that reduces the absolute degree to which that is a waste. And if I have it set to higher qualities, to process the premium garbage, that is the only space wherein that recycling would matter. And alright, yeah, so thing to do over here. Bit more of my iron supply. Spare some of this for making faster belt. Maybe. Might be better off making a more arm-driven setup. The heating tower is definitely viable. Let's let me think about this. Carbon burner. Or in turn, if the purpose of such a device as this is to convert rot from its basic form into more usable forms as needed. Have like a rot box sitting here. I think adding this step undermines the fuel value of the nutrients. Well, unless what I'm doing to nutriate these places, processing the fancy spoilage, it's not doing anything else on its own. Well, it's the ingredient for fancy efficiency modules, so that's a reason to keep all of the rares stockpile. The uncommons, though, maybe. Or can all just stay in the heap. So, unnutrient. Where does one nutrient go in this setup? Like he offered up as a baseline reference that, okay, yeah. Power draw 500 kilowatts, 500 kilocalorie. Kilo snacks. Thing of nutrient paste has a food value of 2 meg. Each bite of snack is 4 seconds of uptime. Pack of spoilage is 3.75, so slightly better than 1 snack per cycle. Two seconds at 2 speed, so 1 second actual baseline. I think with the biolabs especially, the quality modules are working against me until I have efficiency modules to improve the metabolism. Of the plants. Hey, Void Block, have you received any shipments? Situation usual. Bioflux just sitting there rotting in my pocket. Well, okay, I could then, in that case, flip this exactly for Bioflux into nothing, because you need 5 for a pack of nutrients. I think it's from garbage, though. It's definitely wasteful to do this way. but it does also compress the rot pile. Even if this does lose some of the fuel value compared to just directly burning the mush, it does look nicer. The fuel is hexagonal now. It doesn't take as much arm wiggling to actually shovel it into the furnace when the furnace needs it. I drop an agri tower here somewhere. There is the benefits of synthetic soil. I can use it to pad out working area. That one batch has now become 3 refurbished plots. Really need that landfill. Okay, getting a proper cultivar started is enough of a yet unsolved riddle that I should just be grabbing all of the readily available ore that I can. Extracting usable starter bacteria from a piece of fruit is... that's a subset of solving the larger problems of how to get the nutrient cycle running. Still avoid touching the fruit trees and the fruit adjacent trees during this round of scrambling and vague pre-thinking. Bacteria are open season. That must become the swamp. Properly harness the power of lichen. It's like the rocks. establish a connection to the deer force. Yeah, this adds up quickly. The scavenging, the scraping. These little barely perceptible swamp sticks being a single piece of wood. That's helpful. Definitely need perpetual friend of the show, landfill machine. It's even part of making farms and biochambers anyway. Which, that is a reason to qualitate the landfill for making higher quality biochambers. Also, that's a way to use my higher quality rocks for effect. Right, that demands attention. Remember to identify which way the tank is pointing before you rev the engine. Powerful thing to have noted in recent patch notes. Rearranging text was changed from navigation buttons to click and drag. There's definitely a few additional things that I should be trying to caveman science my way into. Alright. This excess rot popping out because that's the nutrients. That's their final snack expiring. But all of these devices have successfully hibernated. Furnace sitting just a little over 500 degrees, turbines slowly spinning, yielding the little bit of power currently needed. Keep making the landfill. Okay, in service of this, I should build a rock sorting machine. That I can just send the rocks directly onto. Yeah, landfill is also even the direct precursor to soil. So plenty of reason to interact with it. Slide this one more tile back. Can split that. 2 more tiles back then. We're a tile up. Tiles back. There's room to load. So split that so that I can have a buffer of common rocks available on the side. There. Local landfill machine. Oh. Have all of those up for processing. Humble. 169,000 rocks. Throw the spoilage into Brash Wiggler here. Watch it work. Okay, so that limiter is not behaving as I wanted to. It does not actually read the contents of the fuel slot. Back on thinking about the bio setups. Get a little bit of farming started. The most important step to make sure that is running in a biolab is the initial threshing. To apply the productivity to the seed rate that you expect to have a surplus of seeds, rather than expecting to break even. I need bioplastic. Followed by biosulfur. Also just kind of, rotate back into a context of how do I even get back to space? Need to make rocket fuel. Which I did not look at the numbers for whether this is good as a fuel storage mechanism. It might be. For like incinerating, even. Leave myself some reminders here. So I need rocket fuel, which is gel and bioflux, and water. Think in terms of directly linked arrays, so we want a nutrient source, bioflux, jelly. The jelly is also an ingredient in the bioflux, so it would want to be like some of it skimmed off and passed through. Or the machines wrangled a little closer together. Bioflux needing mash. All 4 of these needing a nutrition source. That is actually an efficient use of the relevant material. Which it would make sense if there were bioflux. Concerns for later. With the 50% productivity bonus, this becomes 6 gel into 6 spoilage. And that becomes 3 into 1.5, so there's spoilage loss on the fruit mash, not so much on the gel. Before even beginning to grapple with the possibility of crab farming. Add bioplastic, I could start making some modules, and some efficiency modules would improve the economy on all of these machines. Also, really feeling from having left this in the inventory all throughout this time, no, really, the shelf life of a chunk of bioflux is okay. Wait. Food value. It has a 6 megajoule fuel value. Can't burn it, and I can't feed it unprocessed into a biochamber. I guess that number is for when you're using this to feed biter nests? That's gotta be it. Yeah, that would match up with the consumption rating there. Having any module production would also let me get the speed 3s. Well, the speed 1s, the 4 speed 1s for making an assembler 3. Would let me more heavily modulate the limited production that I do. Constraints of the farm planet, requiring very intense focus along the path that is usually applied to the lazy bastard run. All of the machines to do. I want one machine that does all of the jobs a little at a time. I keep flicking the remote. Also, getting a single electric furnace with which to qualitate the metal. As it stands, okay, I can qualitate dirt. That's valuable. Things could be stronger. I need to create a buffet. Perishables cannot be allowed to hold still unless you can guarantee that, well, if you're guaranteeing that they're being consumed, then they aren't being held still. Perishables need to stay in motion at all times. Follows then. The food machines. Also that each of them should have a just in case spoilage outlet arm. Goes onto the nutrient cycler. I should load the nutrient cycler on the outer belt. At least the carbon processing was a success. Heat tower looks like it will do good work. Might be able to kludge up another way. Micromanage nutrient consumption here. Read if the machine is currently working. Under the reasoning that if the machine is not working, then it is hungry. Well, no, I'd need to do more logic there. Because it could also be idle for lack of input goods. Be helped. Override stack size 1. That will improve exactly one thing. And okay, so I will be using this as a sushi build. Unload bioflux, load whatever you need. Unload rot where it forms. Load what you need, unload just plastic over here. We'll qualitate this final step. High quality plastic for high quality chips for high quality modules. So now the rest of the workflow that's needed here. In biolabs. And both cycles will need a filter. Preventing the rot as it forms. Doesn't need to be processed right away because I have a fuel supply to work with. This already wants more mash. And it wants gel. That is certainly how it played out at the other process. Yeah, 5-4. Okay, limits of current power lines until I spend on getting some steel power lines going. Which doesn't feel particularly justifiable yet, not until Not until some sort of critical mass of metal bacteria is achieved. So, that extra space that I can put power lines here between the lanes and get better coverage. And things like the direct input can be handled by long arm. And likewise, setting aside seeds where they happen. During the threshing process. Oh, but you also need your close range arm for unloading the fruit. Wait, why is satisfaction down? No steam. Yes, I need to change the reasoning over. Temperature management was not correct. Steam management will track better. Yeah, the concerns I had about overstocking the furnace. With nuclear power, that's just a result of how much raw energy there is in each fuel rod. Here, where we're dealing in individual hucks of compressed wood. Here at the giant pellet stove, that's less of a problem. Alright, so sanity check the farming machine again. Throw fruit into these two baskets. Seeds go in those boxes. Mash and gel unload onto this line. the bioflux machine and the nutrient machine should probably trade places. Yeah, trying to make a bioarray do too many things at once was throwing this off. I need to create appropriately dedicated organs of the biomachine that do one job with their share of the metabolism. Everything has a rot outlet. Both carousels have a rot outlet. Putting all of the fruit into bioflux. Now generating all of the local nutrients from the bioflux. Any leftover rot will be gathered and put into the fuel crusher. While some of the bioflux gets skimmed into fuel, the rest of the bioflux goes into the mash. I want to get close to the correct ratio here. They don't end up wasting an excess quantity of another fruit. Wait, also I can then can throttle this using the input arms. Tell this to only operate when there is less than 4 gel on the, well, have it attempt to be cycling 1 bioflux worth of goop at a time. Where are my speed arms? Let me retrieve my speed arms here. Try to run the bioflux machine very fast. No, 15 gel. Fruit pulp. Which is 6 cycles. Processing there. Right, because that's the other thing. The ratio gel per nut higher than the ratio of mash per fruit. And as a fallback in the event that I end up with too many seeds laying around, they also have fuel value. You can just torch the excess seeds. Finish the concept here. Ian, mash. 12 gel. If really, it's for each bioflux that goes into the bioplastic, some amount of the bioflux is going into the into the food array, which need all of that, and when nutrients less than 40. Only make one batch of bioflux at a time, and that's how long, well, one batch of biopaste. Only bake one bioloaf at a time. How long that stuff is lasting. But supposing losses from food production are negligible. Fruit. 19 fruit mash to 12 gel. Becomes 3 gel nuts. And rounding up, 10 fruit mash. I just come over here to my local swamp woods. Scrounge up 300 wild gel nut. Over on out to the fruit grove. Attempt to skim 1,000 of these, so there's 700. And 50. Little more. $150. All right, let's do it. And it's more than fits in one box. Powerful. So you, one of you, you. Little more to get the reactor going. Okay, there's bioflux. There's almost bioflux. You need another snack. That first batch of bioflux goes into food machine. There. Yeah. Now on the table. It's almost making it back to the bioflux machine. Okay, I need to limit the output of the bioflux machine, limit the input of the bioflux machine. Say, hey, only do this when bioflux is needed. Manually bring this fruit mash over here. Plastic, any. Bioplastic is online. Add these wigglers at the bottom corners here. In both lanes of the belt. There's some tension on the line from having initially overproduced bioflux. And yeah, need for more arm throughput down here. The basic arms are quite sluggish. Concept is proving itself. And the rot separator is providing a convenient indicator. Total amount of waste that is occurring over the course of the run. And the power plant is functioning again. Let's set this a little higher. So everything about the process will benefit from faster build, faster arms. The first bit of rot is occurring. Mostly spoilage on the food line. Yeah, because the food machine overproduces nutrients when it's bioflux food. The bioflux side of the equation has a longer shelf life, so I should probably control the food reactor by directly enabling or disabling it. The bioflux will keep there in the input for longer, whereas the overproduced nutrients are already wasting their lifespan. The 50 minutes left on the raw fruit. Almost want a second fruit crusher. Faster unloading on the existing fruit crusher. Yes. Effective fruit processing needs to make its way up to speed arm. Blue arm is the floor. Red belt will be worth investing in. And as always, worth qualitating. Qualitating the gears, at least. Investment in the future. Possibility of double carousels does introduce the idea that, well, draws my attention back to the idea of doing six long arms to the side of a machine. That's a way that you can have a device situated on one side of this block interact with two belts at a time. Not terribly effectively, since it's still only able to unload onto one lane of one of them. Well, one lane of two of them. Have a long arm pointed at each belt. I did that in order to have nutrient carousel and material carousel living side by side. Press belt only requires local grease production, which is made of gel. Would be a good consumer of gel. This gel is already spoken for. It's supposed to fit into this production ratio. some amount of it will be lost. Part of the latency here. Oh, but the double splitter setup also means that the scanners can't see that unless I just extend the wire and do another hold all. That should make the whole belt visible. Just about. And the thing that makes it all worth it. From no plastic to hundreds of plastic. Okay, and like the raw number of spoiled things is a little emphasized on the nutrient loop side because 5 bioflux becoming 40 nutrients. Bioflux being made of... Okay, 4 bioflux being made of 27 items. Actually, 6.75 stuff goes into each bioflux there before accounting for the productivity bonus. Faster arms are needed. Prevent the clog. Is there a bioflux loop that successfully magnifies the amount of organic matter that you're handling? finish rigging this up. Start to qualitate up some electronics. Proper farm control software. Yes, good. This batch of trees yielded over 1,000 plastic. And counting. Some of it quality, and there is still plenty of shelf life left on the fruit. This is extremely valuable battle data. $800 spoilage so far. And alright, so things to do here. Attempt to make some common furnaces. Well, attempt to make some more than common furnaces. My modules first. Probably modules first. Yeah, because I want to be rolling for that assembler 3. I can then start doing assembler 3 things. Okay, we've run out of fruit. Slight excess of gel. Would try to figure out a secondary thing to do with this jelly. Already got bioflux on the line, so how about trying to roll up more iron bacteria? I need nutrient. Go over there. Yeah, the nutrient loop is a vital part of the anatomy of the biomachines. Need this to regulate properly. I am getting some limited right, and that's all I'm going to see of the bioflux. It requires the other fruit. Crunch all those nutrients over there. And you can attempt to make quality out of the iron that you have. This will be of limited use. The important part is that I finish threshing all of this gel before it goes bad. As long as the fruit get processed and the seeds are extracted. Thousands of plastic. Great success. And as part of this, like, frantic manual cleanup at the end of a firing, garbage nutrients have their uses. Enough to make sure that anything at all gets shaken out of the last of the gel. Yeah, that was a highly successful experiment. And with this last bit at the end being kind of improvised, an adaptation. This is a direction for the factory to move. "41 fruit seeds." Okay, and that was surplus. That was 6 fruit trees, 6 gel trees. And 20 pulp trees. So this one rolled much hotter, but still a surplus on both fronts. Take all of the spoilage to trash processing. It's being naturally throttled by the fact that I didn't load it with another plastic ingot yet. Continue to pass these over here. Ah, you crashed. Tired yourself out. You just need a little boot. Operate a successful meat factory. One must begin to comprehend meat engineering. Okay, I have unassembler 3. That's important. That means I can take 4 rare 2s and apply them to a common task. So this is where I will do my starter infrastructure builds. And now you, I would like to assign to making common efficiency ones. Right now, while I'm making these little garbage apparatuses, oh, okay, no, not a long arm. Another box. I'm thinking of putting placeholder iron and placeholder steel just working together directly. We'll just use wire limit how much iron will be passed through. Thousand iron in buffer. Also only roast the common iron for the time being. Next, plastic ingot on deck over here. Steel bar in play over here. It's uncommon furnace. Your job is now iron. Congratulations. And I can wire all of these boxes up to the post for ease of inventory reading. Since trash is my ally, take freshly obsoleted machines, put them through the crusher. Yeah, this doesn't get made into anything else. Stone furnaces will still have use making more heat exchange, well, making more heat towers when those matter. Steel though. Cycle that for victory. Nice, another uncommon. I'll actually pop that there. This common as my copper furnace. One more of you to be stone furnace. Right then, and my module production should be happening over here. Can benefit from modules. Landfill pile, respectably forming up. Let's go. Observe, for my own sake, how much marsh can be successfully landfilled. Most of it. So I can flatten out a landing pad for use when it is time to start shipping larger quantities of fruit on some kind of schedule. Definitely still need to be doing one-off bioreactors for a bit longer. for the time being. Throttle this, I don't need an excess of red. Need to have green set aside for use as itself. Explicitly fill through these for carbon. And I guess they need a way to unload their rot back into cycler. Well, okay. Compost handling can be done with slow belt. I'm checking the conveyor belt for nutrients. That should make for a better control signal. Do not eat any compost unless there is an apparent immediate need for food. That all did crunch down into more carbon. Much carbon was burned over the course of operating the project. And of course the ongoing consumption of dirt. Dirt things. Farm towers can be common. Fancy landfill is for making biochambers. Though making the higher quality biochamber requires that I refine a high quality crab egg, which certainly sounds like a dubious process, as it could in turn hatch into a high quality crab. Alright, so bioplastic one-off was a success. Biosulfur, which is actively made of garbage, so I must have something spoil. In order to fuel the process, because biosulfur is then how I could go about getting some locally produced blue. Indeed, that's the only way to do it. Cannot heat the module. Yeah, so with even a single common efficiency 1, metabolism is now 5.7 seconds of work per point of nutrient consumed. Yeah, efficiency module is load bearing here. And then once they've hit efficiency cap, maybe stack in productivities. Well, at that point, stack in the qualities. Once I'm able to create some sort of stable digestive system for the meat factory. That really is the heart of the issue. Right, the burner drill can also go into the mulch. Some gears. And the steam engines, yes. Have been surpassed. Get your tubes back. So this quartet here, I think this is definitely a basic building block of our biomachines organs. Using some sort of sorting mechanism, sorting and signaling device beforehand to create the right nutrient mix. Load these. The fruit to make the bioflux, to make the food, to run the machine. And then to do whatever else is going on. Because everything depends on bioflux anyway, everything important. And yeah, fortunately, Ian is also maybe in a position to not be starved. If I just threw another batch of fruit in, it might successfully spin back up. That might require a lot of micromanagement to accomplish, but that is promising. Micromanagement or tedious programming. First lessons. Path to meat knowledge. Didn't build that point-to-point railway. Could attempt to put the material together for that. Now that I have a working example of one bioproduction stack, I could get one of these and also have the farm cycle going For the farming side of things, all that matters is that harvest reaches the thresher and gets threshed and leaves behind seeds that could be sent back to the fields to be replanted. If I have seed generation in a fairly reliable state, that creates the foundation by which I can start to drive the rest of the machine. I need a bit more consideration for the fuel process. Fuel processing organ could be integrated into the nutrient loop. So as not to rely on garbage. Yes. Preliminary sketch of the anatomy of the bioengine is starting to form. Meat makes machines, so that machines can make meat. Quality cuts.